Exiled from the pride, Mila and her sisters are in a desperate search for food. They need a kill for themselves and for their pregnant mother. Mila searches the herd for the weakest animal. She stalks, then attacks at last, locking onto her target. But once again, Mila has chosen poorly. This formidable buffalo cow fights back fiercely. The herd turns to defend its own, and the sisters fail once more. As any hunter in hardship, Mila returns to the fundamentals, to all the lessons taught by her mother Nika. This time, she puts them into practice. She identifies the weakest target. She is patient, stealthy. And waits until she is close enough to make the decisive strike. Mila has truly come of age. This kill will sustain her and her family for the days to come. The Philippines, a land made up of thousands of islands, vividly represents the struggle for survival within the tropical rainforest ecosystem. The dense canopies provide shelter and serve as a battleground for a variety of animal species. The Philippine deer, with its brown coat speckled with white, quietly moves through the dense underbrush. In the sky, the Philippine eagle glides gracefully, while below the canopy, a small but agile tarsier searches for food, navigating through the branches with extraordinary skill, all the while avoiding the sharp eyes of the lurking eagle. Along the shores of Verde Channel, known as the heart of the Coral Triangle, plump whales lazily drift through the water, a gentle giant of the ocean. But not all residents of the sea are gentle. The tiny blue-ringed octopus, despite its small size, possesses venom strong enough to stop a human heart. In the muddy swamps of Aurora, fish leap and dance on the water's surface like circus performers, seizing every opportunity to search for food. Here, the monkeys that eat crabs must face the devastation of the ocean storm and the pressure from competing species. Meanwhile, the saltwater crocodile lies quietly in wait, demonstrating patience as a testament to its strong hunting instinct. Every moment in this vibrant land is a relentless struggle for survival. Every movement reflects the resilience of nature. But these victories always exist on a fragile boundary, requiring strong protection to ensure they do not mark the final notes of this vibrant symphony. The Philippines, located in the heart of Southeast Asia, is embraced by the South China Sea to the west and the Pacific Ocean to the east, where the distant waves of the ocean first touch Asia. With its prime location along some of the busiest maritime routes in the world, the Philippines is like a precious gem in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. This place not only boasts a long coastline, but is also located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, one of the areas with the most intense seismic activity on Earth. This is the convergence point of three major tectonic plates: the Eurasian Plate, the Philippine Sea Plate, and the Pacific Plate. The continuous collision between them over millions of years has formed the Philippine archipelago, a process as beautiful as the work of a sculptor, constantly creating majestic mountains, deep valleys, and fascinating cave systems. The landscape of this country is like a vibrant, multicolored painting, from the towering mountain peaks to the brilliant coral reefs beneath the ocean. One of the prominent cultural symbols is the rice terraces in the Cordillera Mountains, which were built over 2,000 years ago. These steps not only provide economic value, but also represent a remarkable achievement of human intellect, reflecting the perseverance and talent of the local people, like a staircase leading to paradise. However, the story of the Philippines goes beyond its natural beauty. It is also intertwined with a long and glorious history. About 67,000 years ago, the first evidence of human presence was discovered on the island of Luzon through the fossils of an ancient human species known as Cayman, confirming that this land has been inhabited since prehistoric times. Indigenous tribes like the Igorot have survived for thousands of years, preserving their unique culture and traditions. The 16th century marked the beginning of a cultural exchange period, starting with the arrival of Ferdinand Magellan in the Philippines in the year 1521, which brought the influence of Spain. More than 300 years of rule have left a profound mark, shaping the religion and architecture of this nation. More than 86% of the population practices Catholicism, with churches like San Augustine Church, built in 1607, serving not only as places of worship, but also as symbols of cultural fusion. By the end of the 19th century, the Philippines became a colony of the United States, following the Spanish-American War, marking a period of modernization characterized by the establishment of an American-style education system and the development of integrated infrastructure. English has been introduced and has become an official language alongside Tagalog, forming a multilingual nation. In 1946, the Philippines gained independence, marking the beginning of a new chapter in its journey of development and integration into the global community. A talented artist continuously paints vibrant landscapes that change with each season, where nature always displays its boundless creativity. The Philippines, as one of the richest territories in terms of biodiversity on Earth, experiences climate change through two main seasons. The dry season lasts from December to May, bringing bright sunshine and clear blue skies. However, from June to November, the wet season arrives, causing the islands to be drenched in heavy rain, averaging 2,316 millimeters each year. During this time, powerful storms frequently occur, as the Philippines endures about 20 storms each year, some of which are classified as the strongest storms on the planet. Despite facing harsh conditions, the environment here has formed a unique ecosystem where life must adapt and evolve to survive. Particularly the biodiversity of the tropical forests in the Philippines is truly impressive. As one of the richest ecosystems in the world, the Philippines is among the 17 countries with the highest biodiversity, home to 70 to 80% of the planet's species. To date, over 15,000 plant species have been recorded in the Philippines, of which about 50% are endemic. The wildlife here is equally remarkable, with over 1,000 species of vertebrates and hundreds of thousands of invertebrate species, including many that are newly discovered each year. The tropical forests of the Philippines tell a vivid story of life and adaptation, where each creature carries within it a piece of the wild, untamed spirit of nature. A vivid example of adaptation is the tamaral, a dwarf buffalo that has existed for thousands of years, perfectly suited to the rugged terrain of Mindoro Island. However, habitat loss has caused their population to decline to fewer than 500 individuals, making them one of the most endangered species. In addition, Nepenthes philippinensis, a unique carnivorous plant, showcases nature's creativity with its pitchers filled with sweet nectar, quietly attracting and capturing unfortunate insects. In contrast to the elegance of the trees, the Palawan peacock pheasant, with its shimmering blue and gold plumage, is a masterpiece of natural art, captivating observers with its enchanting beauty amidst the pristine tropical forests of the Philippines. The Philippine eagle, a vibrant symbol of the wild, soars high, embodying a powerful image of instinctual strength. Known as the monkey-eating eagle, this bird has appeared in legends and folklore associated with the image of warriors protecting ancient forests. The image of the Philippine eagle is not only present on banknotes and postcards, but also in the national coat of arms, serving as a powerful testament to the nation's independence. Regarding the origin and strength of the Philippine eagle, we find that millions of years ago, this bird emerged in the wild, isolated by the oceans surrounding the Philippine archipelago. From this isolation, a unique evolutionary branch has formed, allowing the eagle to develop exceptional traits to adapt to the dense tropical rainforest. With sharp eyes capable of seeing up to 2.9 kilometers, they can track prey in dense forests where light struggles to penetrate the towering canopies. The Philippine eagle has a crest of feathers on its head that stands upright like a natural crown, highlighting its proud appearance. The wings, measuring over 7 feet long, provide extraordinary agility, allowing them to easily maneuver through narrow gaps in the forest. Their habitat is primarily concentrated in large islands, such as Luzon, Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao, where pristine forests still exist. They usually choose tall trees to build their nests at a height of about 100 feet, away from dangers on the ground. The Philippine eagles are exemplary parents. Each pair of birds only produces one chick every 2 years, so the survival of the young generation becomes very important for the entire population. The process of nurturing is not merely a biological act. It also involves the transfer of hunting skills, helping the young learn how to survive in a challenging world. In terms of territory, the Philippine eagle is extremely territorial, with each pair controlling an area of up to 6,000 acres. They hunt for food by stalking prey such as monkeys, flying lemurs, snakes, and small birds. Their hunting technique relies not only on strength, but also on a perfect combination of patience and strategy. Eagles often remain motionless on high branches for hours. Their razor-sharp eyes, capable of detecting any movement from a distance of up to 1.8 miles below. From a high vantage point, they observed their prey with laser-like focus, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Sometimes, the eagle stealthily approaches its prey through the forest canopy, taking advantage of every gap to get closer. Although their wings are very large, their flexibility is sufficient to maneuver in tight spaces, demonstrating their remarkable adaptability to their living environment. Each dive is not merely an impulsive act, but the result of meticulous calculations, where every movement is shaped by the complex ecosystem of the rainforest. This island is not only swift, but also astonishingly precise, carrying the power of a high-speed machine. With claws that are 4 inches long and sharp as knives, just one swipe from them can immobilize their prey. Imagine a powerful predator with wings as strong as a giant clock, each beat carrying a tremendous responsibility. The Philippine eagle is not only the king of the forest sky, but also the conductor of a perfect ecosystem. With its exceptional hunting abilities, this species of eagle controls populations such as flying pigs, monkeys, and smaller animals, preventing any species from exploding in numbers. However, the sad fact is that their population in the wild is now only around 400 to 600 individuals, placing them on the list of the rarest bird species of prey in the world. The pristine forests where they reside are under serious threat from the expansion of agriculture and urbanization, along with illegal hunting, which further increases the pressure on the reproductive process and the survival of this species. The Philippine eagle is not only a symbol of natural strength, but also a vivid representation of resilience and courage. Often likened to warriors protecting the ancient forests, they embody a profound humanitarian value, a dedication to family, a commitment to safeguarding their homeland, and a willingness to sacrifice for the future. Each pair of eagles only produces one chick every 2 years. But it is their love and exceptional care for the next generation that ensures the survival of the entire species. The life of the Philippine eagle is closely tied to the pristine forests, where every tree and every mountain stands as a witness to their history of development. When this bird species faces a significant decline in population, it is also the time for us, nature lovers, to take action. Protecting the Philippine eagle means protecting life, safeguarding the future of the ecosystem, and reminding us of our responsibility to preserve this planet. Please share your thoughts on the Philippine eagle and other wildlife in the comments section below the video. Join us in continuing the journey to protect these humanitarian values and to find creative ways to ensure that rare species like the Philippine eagle are not forgotten in the modern world. Hidden beneath the lush canopy of the tropical forests of the Philippines, the Philippine Tarsier, a mysterious creature, shines with extraordinary survival abilities. Formed over millions of years of evolution in the isolated environment of the Philippines archipelago, the Tarsier has developed unique characteristics that allow it to perfectly adapt to a tree-dwelling nocturnal lifestyle. According to scientists from the Philippine Mammal Research Center, this species of Tarsier diverged from the common ancestor of other Tarsier species approximately 45 million years ago. The tropical islands, with their rich diversity of flora and fauna, have allowed the Tarsier to develop unique characteristics that enable it to thrive in its habitat. Like a true nocturnal hunter, the Philippine Tarsier not only possesses exceptional skills, but is also gifted with remarkable eyes, measuring up to 0.63 inches, which account for 2/3 of its head size, allowing it to see clearly in low light conditions. The wonder lies not only in its size, but also in the unique structure of the retina, which allows it to gather light more efficiently than humans. Not only that, the Tarsier can rotate its head 180 degrees, allowing it to scan its surroundings without having to move its body. However, the role of the Tarsier does not stop at hunting. It also plays an essential part in maintaining ecological balance by controlling insect populations. The eagle and Tarsier, both precious symbols of the natural world in the Philippines, are at risk of extinction. And we have a responsibility to protect these species and preserve the harmony of the ecosystem here. Wild animal populations not only help control pest outbreaks, protect trees and vegetation, but also provide essential food sources for larger animals, such as the Philippine eagle. The leaps through the canopy of the Philippine Tarsier are not only aimed at foraging for food, but also serve as a crucial action for the survival of the natural food chain. However, the story of the Philippine Tarsier is not just about survival, it is also a touching journey of conservation. The expansion of agricultural land, logging activities, and habitat loss have pushed this species onto the near-threatened list, according to the IUCN assessment in 2023. Furthermore, the pressure from being hunted for pets or for the tourism industry further increases the level of danger for this species. The Palawan Island, a lush strip of land between the East Sea and the Sulu Sea, is not only a part of the Philippines, but also a symbol of timeless natural beauty. With the name The Last Ecological Frontier, Palawan is a place where pristine nature still exists, like a vibrant painting stretching over 5,500 square miles. This area is a gem of the Philippines, where rainforests, the ocean, and mountains blend together perfectly. The climate here is characterized as tropical, with an average temperature ranging from 75 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit and annual rainfall reaching up to 15 inches. Each rain shower breathes life into the forest, nurturing the towering trees and rare animal species. Palawan is not just a nature reserve. It is also a testament to the convergence of forest, marine, and mountain ecosystems. The tropical forests here seem endless, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, creating a lush, mysterious, and enchanting kingdom. Palawan is also a stopover for hundreds of species of endemic plants and animals. Among them is the Philippine mouse deer, the smallest deer in the world, standing only 18 inches tall and weighing less than 10 pounds. The Palawan black cockatoo, a native bird species, plays a crucial role in seed dispersal, aiding in forest regeneration. Don't forget to mention the Palawan peacock pheasant, radiant in its beauty, contributing to the richness of global biodiversity. Amidst the towering ancient trees and the tangled network of vines, a rare creature moved quietly. That is the Bintuong, also known as the bear cat, with its sleek black fur tinged with silver, showcasing a vibrant vitality in the stunning wilderness of Palawan. The long and agile tail of the Bintuong is not just a body part, it functions as a fifth limb, allowing them to maneuver skillfully among the branches. With its distinctive aroma reminiscent of freshly popped popcorn, the Bintuong stands as a masterpiece of nature on the island of Palawan, which has a history spanning over 20 million years. As a part of the Viveridae family, this ancient mammal species is found only in Palawan, a perfect refuge due to its dense and humid tropical forest. This is the ideal environment for this species to thrive, thanks to its nocturnal habits and its graceful climbing ability, reaching heights of 6 to 18 meters. The Bintuong is not only an artist in the trees, it also possesses very unique survival strategies. The scent they emit, reminiscent of popcorn, not only helps them mark their territory, but also attracts mates. This fragrance spreads through the air, helping to ward off enemies and alert other members of the species. Thanks to its excellent climbing ability and grasping tail, the binturong can easily avoid dangers from the ground, where predators may be lurking. Furthermore, the role of the binturong as a natural gardener is extremely important, as they help disperse seeds and maintain ecological balance. However, like the forests of Palawan, binturongs are facing many concerning threats. According to the IUCN, this species is classified as vulnerable, with its population rapidly declining due to habitat loss, illegal hunting, and forest degradation. In a secluded corner of the Palawan rainforest, where nature remains pristine and harmonizes with the earth and sky, the Visayan wild boar emerges as a symbol of resilience and ecological grace. This wild pig species, with its unique characteristics and irreplaceable role, is a vivid testament to the richness and wonder of the tropical ecosystem in the Philippines. According to the IUCN Red List, the Visayan pig is currently critically endangered, with fewer than 300 individuals remaining in the wild. The main reasons for their decline include habitat loss due to logging, agricultural expansion, and illegal hunting. Palawan, with its forests stretching from the foothills to the mountain peaks at elevations ranging from 150 to 600 meters, provides the perfect refuge for them. Here, the areas with dense vegetation and abundant food sources such as roots, fallen fruits, and insects help them survive. When consuming fruit and dispersing seeds, this species of pig contributes to the ongoing development of plant life. In addition, their habit of digging in the soil inadvertently creates opportunities for new plants to sprout, contributing to the rich biodiversity of the Palawan rainforest. The presence of Visayan wild boars in the forests of Palawan is not only a testament to the vibrant resilience of nature, but also a reminder of our responsibility to protect and preserve the invaluable ecological values that the natural world provides. Each Visayan wild boar is an essential part of the ecological chain, helping to maintain the balance of the tropical forest system and ensuring the sustainability of other plant, grass, and animal species in their habitat. The conservation of the Visayan pig is not just about protecting a species. It is a commitment to preserving the beautiful values of nature that provide long-term benefits for both the ecosystem and humanity.
As dawn first touches the Savannah floor, a regal presence emerges, the lion. Its authority does not depend on speed. Its movement alone, steady, silent, with an intense gaze, is enough for all surrounding creatures to feel its power. It is no accident that it is known as the king of the savannah. Living in prides of up to 15 individuals, lions possess a social structure unique among the great cats. This is one of the secrets to their dominance. For it is the lionesses that form the pride's enduring soul, a sisterhood of mothers, daughters, and aunts bound by blood and the shared duty of survival. Theirs is a legacy written not in stone, but in the lifeblood of the savannah itself. The males, whose positions are more transient, hold power only for a time until they are challenged and replaced. The hunts are perfectly coordinated campaigns. A lone lioness has little chance, but as a group, they encircle, ambush, and bring down their prey with lethal efficiency. Once the prey has fallen, the hierarchy is clear, even in the sharing of the meal. The males feed first, followed by the females, and finally the cubs. A male lion can weigh over 550 pounds and measure more than 6 feet in length, with a dense mane that serves both as protection in battle and as a sign of maturity and strength. Yet behind this image of dominance lies a life of constant challenge. A lion may spend up to 20 hours a day at rest, conserving its energy. At night, its roar can be heard up to 5 miles away. A formidable declaration of territory sent to any would-be challengers. This land is taken. Yet even with all the risks, the lion remains a symbol of strength, courage, and strategy. It reigns not just through ferocity, but through social intelligence and the unity of its pride. The lion's roar asserted its authority over the land, a declaration that most were compelled to listen to. But as night fell, another sound rose in response, not a royal roar, but a sinister laugh. A sound that signaled that the laws of the day were about to be broken. Its piercing laughter shatters the twilight calm, a warning that the night is about to come alive. At first glance, hyenas may seem disorganized, but behind that facade lies a remarkably complex social system. The spotted hyena lives in large clans that can number more than 80 individuals. and contrary to most mammals, it is the females who rule here. They are larger, more powerful, and lead the clan with an iron grip. Despite their reputation as scavengers, they are in fact highly proficient hunters. It is estimated that over half the prey a clan consumes is a result of their own hunts. When hunting, they coordinate closing in on their prey with astonishing speed and endurance. Their jaws possess an unparalleled bite force strong enough to crush the hardest of bones. Few animals can escape a coordinated pursuit by hungry hyenas. They leave nothing to waste from skin to bone. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the hyena is its adaptability. They thrive in almost any environment, from arid plains to open woodlands. On the African savannah, success does not always belong to the swiftest or the strongest. Sometimes it belongs to those who wait, adapt, and act as one. As night falls, another kind of predator awakens. Silent, solitary, and all but invisible, the leopard glides through the darkness like a living phantom. In this realm of dim light, it reveals itself. A patient, precise hunter and the master of a territory it traverses without a trace. The leopard is the most elusive of Africa's great cats. Its coat, adorned with unique rosettes, renders it nearly impossible to detect. Weighing up to 200 pounds and measuring around 6 feet in length, the leopard combines strength and agility in a singular fashion. Capable of hoisting prey twice its own weight high into the branches of a tree, the leopard does not share what it has earned. Unlike the lion, the leopard prefers solitude. Each individual maintains and patrols its own territory, marked with scent and claw marks on tree trunks. Its hunting technique is one of stealthy approach. It moves low to the ground using vegetation as cover until it is mere feet from its prey. Then it launches with a powerful burst, finishing the hunt with a precise bite to the throat or skull. The hunt is brief, direct, and silent. Its diet is incredibly varied, from antelopes to birds, reptiles, and even fish if the opportunity arises. This flexibility makes it one of the most successful predators. In the invisible hierarchy of the savannah, the leopard is the master of secrets. It endures where few others can. The morning heat still radiates from the earth. A slender silhouette appears on the horizon. A light frame, long lean muscles, and a posture of constant alertness. It is the cheetah, the swiftest of the grassland hunters. But its speed is more than just an impressive number. It is a perfect adaptation. And then it explodes, a blur of gold and black unleashed across the plains. In moments, the world is reduced to a streak of color as the cheetah consumes the very ground beneath its feet, bending the laws of motion to its will. Its body is a specialized hunting machine, a flexible spine, long legs and semi-retractable claws that act as spikes on a high-speed track. But this speed comes at a price. The cheetah is not a predator of endurance. A chase longer than 1,300 feet can leave it utterly exhausted. Therefore, every hunt requires calculation, patience, and the seizing of the right moment. Unlike lions or hyenas, the cheetah does not fight for its kill. Its solitary nature compels it to hunt and eat quickly before larger rivals arrive to steal its prize. A female cheetah raises her cubs alone, often in remote and carefully camouflaged locations. She moves her den every few days to avoid being tracked. The cheetah's life is one of risk and velocity. Every attempt to hunt expends energy that may not be recovered. But still it runs, and when it runs, it is as if nature itself pauses to watch. The ground trembles faintly before any movement is seen. A deep, distant sound announces the approach of a majestic presence. Gradually, the colossal figures of an African elephant herd emerge, parading slowly across the savannah. They are the true giants of this continent. Weighing up to 13,000 pounds and standing over 10 feet tall, the African elephant is the largest land mammal on the planet. They live in groups led by the oldest female, the matriarch. Her experience dictates the herd's direction, guiding them in their search for water and food. The trunk, perhaps their most remarkable feature, is a multifunctional tool. With over 40,000 muscles, it is used to eat, drink, communicate, and even caress other members of the herd. But beyond their physical power, it is their intelligence that is most astonishing. But their true power lies not in their size, but in their minds. For an elephant does not simply see the world, it remembers it. They hold the memory of ancient pathways, of long-lost waterholes, and of family. They feel loss, they mourn their dead, revealing a depth of consciousness that echoes our own. This sensitivity allows them to survive prolonged droughts and find hidden water sources, even in seemingly barren lands. As they pass, they transform the environment, felling trees, creating clearings, and digging for water. These actions benefit countless other species. In the vastness of the savannah, the elephant is not just an inhabitant, it is a guardian. Among the murky riverbanks of Africa, where the water appears calm and harmless, one of the planet's most ancient predators lies in wait. The Nile crocodile, its eyes half closed just above the surface, watches in absolute silence. Its weapons are time and patience. And when it strikes, it does so without warning. Reaching lengths of up to 20 feet, and weighing over 2,000 pounds, the African crocodile is an unstoppable force in aquatic ecosystems. Its thick hide protects its body like living armor. Its eyes and nostrils, positioned on top of its head, allow it to observe without being detected. Its bite is one of the most powerful in the animal kingdom. When its jaws snap shut, the force is so great that bones break instantly. But the attack does not end there. The crocodile spins its body violently underwater, in a maneuver known as the death roll, disorienting its prey. Their menu is diverse, from zebras and wildebeest to even young hippos. During the seasonal river crossings, when great herds seek new pastures, crocodiles position themselves with surgical precision. They know that chaos and panic will create the perfect conditions for their hunt. The presence of the crocodile is fundamental to the health of the rivers. They control populations, clean up carcasses, and influence the behavior of terrestrial species. Under the unforgiving heat of the African afternoon, a cloud of dust slowly rises as a formidable shape appears on the horizon. The rhinoceros, with its thick skin and characteristic horn, moves forward with an unstated majesty. The African rhinoceros can weigh up to 3,300 pounds and be over 10 feet long. Its appearance is that of a prehistoric relic. Despite its brutish image, there is a surprising sensitivity to its nature. Its eyesight is limited, but its senses of smell and hearing compensate with remarkable precision. On the Savannah, the rhinoceros plays a vital role, feeding primarily on grasses and shrubs. It helps control vegetation, allowing new plant species to grow. It is a true gardener of the Savannah. Despite its gentle diet, it is a territorial and highly reactive animal. Confrontations, especially in competition for females, can be incredibly fierce. Few predators dare to confront an adult rhinoceros. The young, however, if isolated, can become targets for lions or hyenas. In the vastness of the African savanna, where the rhythm of life oscillates between bursts of speed and moments of tense silence, the rhinoceros walks with a venerable serenity. On the African savanna, every dawn and every dusk closes another chapter. Stories of power, strategy, survival, and adaptation. The giants that shape the landscape, the predators that move like ghosts, all play an essential role in this wild symphony. The balance between life and death, action and silence, brutality and beauty, reveals the true essence of nature in its purest state. Observing these creatures, we understand that greatness lies not only in size or strength, but in how each being finds its own way in a world full of challenges. In this realm, the ruler is not the tiger, the lion, or the crocodile. It is a silent, almost invisible creature, yet one that possesses a lethal power. The anaconda, the giant constrictor known as the phantom of the swamp. Among them, one female is legendary, a name the local people dare only whisper in awe: Velcara. The dry season arrives slowly, but its grip is relentless. Water recedes from the swamps, leaving behind mudflats and the stench of decaying fish. But for Velcara, this is not merely a time of scarcity. It is the dawn of a sacred period. The mating season has begun. Ancestral instinct awakens, compelling her to leave her familiar territory to begin a perilous journey through treacherous lands, seeking the gathering place of the males. Velcara moves in silence, a master of concealment among the dense thickets, evading the watchful eyes of hunting jaguars. But her greatest enemy now is her own kind. Other females are also in season, and aggressive males are ready to engage in ferocious battles for the right to mate. One overcast morning, Velcara reaches a large swamp where more than a dozen males have already scented her arrival. A great writhing sphere of serpents begins to form. Their bodies twist together a terrifying, glistening mass, moving in slow, primal unison. For hours, Velcara lies at the center of this moist, violent embrace, selecting her mate in a trance of pure instinct. For Velcara, this is not just a biological moment, but the start of a new phase of her life to carry, deliver, and protect her lineage. After the struggle in the mire, Velcara has not only conquered the strongest mate, but now carries new life within her. For anacondas, there is no nest, no care from a partner, only the endurance of the mother. In the weeks that follow, Velcara's body begins to transform. She grows thicker, slower, but also far more dangerous. She retreats to a deep, secluded swamp where the light cannot penetrate. Here she rests, gathering her strength and avoiding all conflict. She moves only when she must hunt, each movement measured so as not to endanger the dozens of embryos growing within her. Down below in the dark, silent waters, one life cycle pauses in heavy stillness. But high above, in the sun-drenched canopy, the story of the forest continues, written in sound and motion. Among the giant trees, where sunlight rarely breaks through, lies the kingdom of the forest's most playful inhabitants, howler monkeys and saki monkeys. A troop leader, Toko, a howler monkey with a jet-black coat and an unusually large throat, takes a deep breath. A moment later, a thunderous roar echoes through the forest for miles, a declaration of his sovereignty. Females and their young play in the branches, leaping with the grace of skilled acrobats. They are mischievous, yet ever vigilant, for danger can come from any direction. In the lower forest, a 200-pound tapir moves quietly through the damp mud. With its long, flexible snout, it sniffs the ground, searching for leaves and tender shoots. It is a placid herbivore, but it lives in constant fear of the jaguar's claws. At the slightest unusual sound, it will bolt like a bullet, plunging into the river to escape. On the damp forest floor, an army ant leads an invisible legion. They need no nest, only a signal. Thousands advance as one, attacking any insect, reptile, or even fledgling bird, unable to escape their path. Above, colorful birds like jacamars and tanagers flit between the treetops, competing for seeds, insects, and the rare shafts of sunlight. And then, on a rotting log, a smaller creature appears, carrying death in a single touch, a poisoned dart frog. With its brilliant blue skin and fiery black spots, it is a living warning sign of the Amazon, small, beautiful, and deadly. The toxin on its skin is potent enough to kill dozens of adult humans, and has been used for centuries by indigenous peoples to tip their hunting arrows. Time passes in silence. the Amazon changes season once more. The first rains fall, creating small streams that weave through the ancient tree roots. In a hidden swamp, Valkyra no longer hunts. Her colossal body is now heavier than ever. The first contractions begin a distant drumbeat, heralding a moment that cannot be delayed. The time of birth has come. No nest, no mate, no help. In the darkness of the forest, Valkyra begins to give birth, a process that is instinctive and violent. Her body writhes. One by one, the young emerge from their mother, slick and fragile like ribbons of living satin. Anacondas give birth to live young. They do not lay eggs. The first newborns quickly slither away. Instinct drives them to hide amongst the moss away from the eyes of any predator. There is no affection, no care. In the world of serpents, the young are born warriors. They already have teeth, they can swim, and they are ready to kill small prey if needed. Valkyra lies motionless in the mud, breathing heavily. The rain washes away the blood and fluid, a cleansing ritual after fulfilling life's most sacred mission. Nearly 30 young have been born, but the Amazon rainforest never promises survival for all. The weak will be consumed by their own siblings. The slow will become prey for birds, otters, or even piranhas. Valkyra knows this. She does not look back at them. For her, the task is complete. One cycle of life ends only to begin a new chain of survival. Brutal, but inevitable. As the Amazon forest quiets after a great rain, a herd of gentle creatures begins to move towards the riverbank. It is a group of capybaras, the world's largest rodent. Leading them is a large male weighing some 130 pounds, his grayish-brown coat perpetually damp. The herd numbers more than a dozen, including nursing, females and young, just a few weeks old, who stay close to their mothers. Capybaras are semi-aquatic mammals, their webbed feet making them expert swimmers. They feed on grasses, roots, and fallen fruit, sometimes consuming over 7 pounds of vegetation a day. Though gentle, they live in highly organized groups, communicating through a series of calls, growls, and soft whistles. But today the wind is still, and this is the most dangerous time. In a shallow stretch of the river, a long, dark shadow lies hidden beneath a blanket of algae. It is Valcara. After weeks of rest, she is now hungry and needs energy to recover. Her cold eyes watch the herd of capybaras as they slowly approach the water's edge, unaware that death lies just beneath their feet. This is more than a meal. It is proof that in the Amazon rainforest, no one is truly safe when the green phantom glides by. As darkness falls on the riverbank, high above the Amazon forest awakens in a world of color and song. And nothing represents this vibrancy better than the Macor, a bird that wears all the colors of the rainforest. A pair of Macors soars between the low clouds. Their plumage looks as if it were painted by hand, fiery red as brilliant as the river is blue, and a yellow as golden as the midday sun. With a wingspan of nearly 3 feet and a strong curved beak, they fly in pairs, emitting shrill calls that are both a means of contact and a declaration of territory. Macors mate for life. They not only fly together, but also forage for nuts and fruits together and defend their nest from predators. As sunset approaches, a remarkable spectacle begins on the clay cliffs along the river. From all corners of the forest, hundreds of colorful parrots gather, forming a whirlwind of color. This is not a time for courting or nesting. This is an ancient ritual, peculiar but vital to their lives, eating clay. Macors and several other parrot species congregate on these clay licks, using their powerful beaks to break off and swallow pieces of the earth. What appears to be a peculiar ritual is in truth an act of ancient wisdom. The forest provides a bounty of fruits and seeds, but many come with a hidden defense poison. Here, at these clay banks, the parrots find their antidote, a natural pharmacy that allows them to feast upon a forbidden menu. The sight of hundreds of colorful birds all pecking at the earth together creates a living symphony. After they have had their fill, the parrots take flight, returning to the treetops, leaving behind the disturbed earth evidence of a strange but brilliant evolutionary behavior. The evening shadows lengthen. The sound of wing beats fades like a song ending another day in the lush forest. As the sun climbs higher on a sandbank jutting into the river, dark grey forms lie basking in the sun. It is a congregation of caimans, the most dangerous predators of South America's fresh waters. They lie motionless, resembling old weathered logs. But beneath that rough skin lie powerful muscles and lightning-fast reflexes. Black caimans are cold-blooded, and sunbathing not only warms their bodies, but is also a strategy for resting and concealing their intent. Here lies a living relic from a lost age. A mature male can stretch over 16 feet, a formidable weight of armor and muscle forged for ambush. In his world, deer, wild boar, even the mighty jaguar are all merely opportunities waiting to be seized. The young gather at the water's edge under the close watch of their mother, one of the few reptiles that exhibits parental care. Any small sound from her offspring puts the mother on high alert, ready to plunge into the water in an instant. Caimans do not often hunt during the day, but if an opportunity presents itself, they will not miss it. A young monkey slips while coming down for a drink. A bird takes a careless step. These are mistakes paid for with life. But beneath the still water, Velkara is waiting. She does not usually hunt by day, but the hunger after giving birth and the instinct of a predator have made her take the risk. In the dark mud, Velkara lies motionless, her cold eyes stalking, calculating every move of the approaching Cayman, who is unaware that today the hunter will become the hunted. As the Cayman reaches the water's edge, the attack happens in a fraction of a second. Silent, precise, brutal. Slowly, agonizingly, the struggles of the Cayman cease. And then an even more unsettling spectacle begins. For the phantom of the swamp, the victory is only sealed when she consumes her rival whole. Inch by inch, the scaly, armored body disappears into a jaw that opens like a gateway to the underworld. As the serpent silently sinks to the bottom of the lagoon with her swollen belly, the water's surface becomes calm once more. The African sun beats down on the Serengeti, turning the vast grasslands into a sea of parched gold. The wind carries waves of red dust, and with it the searing heat of the dry season. In the distance, the horizon begins to move. At first, just a few small dots, then they spread like a flood. A wall of black and white is approaching hundreds of thousands of zebras on the march part of the greatest migration on Earth. The ground trembles beneath their urgent hooves. sound is a thunderous rhythmic drumming, an endless symphony of the wild. Each year, more than 300,000 zebras along with 1.5 million wildebeest and hundreds of thousands of gazelles undertake one of the most grueling migrations on the planet. They move not because they want to, but because they must. The rains have ceased in the Serengeti, leaving behind arid lands, dried up waterholes and withered grass. If they do not leave, they will die of hunger, thirst, or fall to predators. But what lies ahead is not just green pasture. On their journey of over 500 miles, they will face Africa's most brutal challenges. Leading this colossal army are the strongest zebras. Their black and white striped bodies shimmer in the sun, creating a hypnotic mirage on the vast plains. But even in this crowd, they cannot let their guard down. Their ears are always pricked, their eyes constantly scanning the land ahead. And hidden in the tall grass, the sharp eyes of a lioness watch and wait for a moment of distraction. High above, flocks of vultures circle their dark wings, spread wide, observing every step of the migrants, waiting for the weak to fall. After a journey of hundreds of miles, the zebra herd finally reaches the banks of the Mara River, a brutal natural boundary between life and death. Before them is a dark, fast-flowing current concealing deadly threats. Behind them, the dry grass is rapidly disappearing. They know that if they do not cross, hunger and thirst will kill them before the predators can. The leaders halt their ears, prick their eyes, nervously scanning the water's edge. There is no sign of crocodiles, but they are not easily fooled. Instinct tells them that the most patient hunters are lurking beneath the silent water. But the herd behind them grows ever larger. The pressure of hundreds of thousands of individuals weighs heavily on the leaders. They cannot hesitate forever. There is no other choice. A brave-led zebra plunges into the water, and like a chain reaction, the entire herd suddenly follows. The surface of the water erupts, the sound of hooves striking the river, and the frantic whinnying echoes through the Mara Valley. The zebras swim powerfully, their legs kicking constantly, heads held high above the water to maintain balance. But this is not just a swim, this is a battle for life. From the riverbed, the predators they feared have been waiting. Nile crocodiles, Africa's most merciless killers, have been lying motionless like floating logs. But amid the chaos, the survivors push forward. The first ones touch hoof to the sandy bank, their legs trembling, but they keep running. They do not stop to rest. They do not look back. Then, one by one, others escape the deadly current, covered in mud, gasping for breath, but with their eyes still full of the will to survive. By the time the last zebras reach the other side, the river behind them has returned to its usual deceptive calm. But the zebra herd does not stop. The journey is not over. Ahead of them lie the green pastures of the Serengeti, where life continues. And in just a few months, when the water dries up and the grass dies, they will have to return south. The Great Migration will continue, as it has for millions of years, an endless cycle of survival. The Mara River gradually returns to its quiet state after the chaos. But for the Nile crocodiles, the feast is over. These ancient predators have awaited this moment for weeks, and now they are reaping their rewards. But wild nature never wastes a meal. The African sun hangs in the sky, scorching the Serengeti plains with a brutal heat. The dry season has enveloped the land, turning the green pastures into a sea of golden dust. The rivers are narrowing, leaving behind muddy pools where thousands of thirsty creatures gather. And there the battle for survival plays out once again. In the distance, a cloud of dust rises on the horizon. The sound of hooves is loud and unceasing. The wildebeest herds continue their eternal journey, crossing the parched lands in search of the few remaining pastures. Hundreds of thousands move like an endless river, their vacant eyes reflecting the exhaustion of their journey. A young calf follows its mother each step, a struggle against thirst. It does not know that in this land, weakness means being left behind. And it does not know that in the distance in the golden grass, a pack of African wild dogs has already taken position. Unlike lions who rule with brute force, African wild dogs are masters of coordination. Their packs can number up to 20 individuals, a machine that operates with perfect tactics. No one acts alone. They do not need to roar to intimidate their prey. They only need patience and speed. A soft call sounds, and the entire pack begins to move. They do not charge in immediately. They accelerate slowly, forming an encircling arc around their prey, which remains completely unaware. A tremor of panic runs through the entire herd, and they all bolt as one. But for the wild dogs, this is exactly what they need. The faster ones move in, cutting the calf off from the herd. All hope of survival is lost. The strong survive, the weak are culled, and the predators continue to maintain nature's balance. As the sun sets, the wild dogs quickly consume their share. They do not linger. The shadows of larger predators are approaching. Hyenas, vultures, and even lions have scented what remains. But the wild dogs do not care. They are full. Tonight they will rest, and tomorrow, when the sun rises, they will continue their hunt. From high above, a dark shadow glides past. An African fish eagle dives its sharp eyes, scanning the water's surface. It is not interested in the adult birds, but targets the newly hatched flamingo chicks. With a powerful flap of its wings, it descends like an arrow, seizing its target with its steel-like talons. In an instant, it is gone, carrying its prize away. Dawn illuminates the wild riverbanks of Tanzania beneath the cliffs of the Rufiji River. A magical scene unfolds. Hundreds of southern carmine bee-eaters emerge from small burrows dug into the riverbank, their wings shimmering in the sunlight. They fly high, circling and tumbling in the morning breeze. With their small bodies, only 8 to 11 inches long southern carmine, bee-eaters are masters of the art of aerial insect hunting. They circle over the water's surface. Their sharp eyes miss no small movement. A bee flies past, and in a fraction of a second, a carmine bird dives its curved beak, snatching the prey with a precise bite. But it does not swallow it immediately. It strikes the bee against a branch, removing the stinger before enjoying its hearty breakfast. The breeding season is also when these birds are busiest. Pairs will work together to dig deep into the soft earth, creating small tunnels about 3 to 6 feet long, where their eggs will be laid and incubated in safety. The male and female take turns incubating the eggs and protecting the nest from ever-present predators. Although they are talented hunters, southern carmine bee-eaters are not the masters of the sky. In this unforgiving dance, the predator is the conductor, setting the very pulse of the plains. Here, on the vast, sun-scorched plains of Africa, an ancient drama unfolds, a delicate balance of life and death woven into the very fabric of the continent. At the pinnacle of this intricate chain of life reigns the lion, an apex predator. They are the key to regulating the numbers and the health of the great herbivore herds. He is a titan of the savannah, up to 550 pounds of muscle and might, a living embodiment of power, stretching nearly 11 feet from nose to tail. His magnificent mane is a symbol of power, yet a disadvantage when hunting. And so the primary burden of the hunt falls to the lionesses, the true providers for the pride. For a fleeting moment, she is a blur of muscle and intent, capable of unleashing a staggering 35-mile-per-hour charge. They often hunt as a team and share the rewards. Lions are the only great cats to live in such complex social groups, which means there are always many mouths to feed. A grown lioness requires about 12 pounds of meat each day, while a large male can devour as much as 100 pounds in a single sitting. Prides of this size must hunt almost daily to sustain themselves, a relentless task for the females. Because they can only maintain their top speed for a brief 300 feet, the element of surprise is the key to a successful hunt. And even when within reach, the struggle is far from over. It takes all of a lioness's strength to bring down a male zebra, which can be twice her weight. This is where the power of the pride is truly revealed. This is the secret to their reign, for it is here in the crucible of the hunt that the strength of one becomes the power of many, turning a near impossible challenge into a matter of survival. Every hunt also serves as an invaluable lesson for the growing cubs, helping them to hone the essential skills for their future. Meanwhile, in a safe and hidden den, new life is enjoying a peaceful beginning. At only 6 weeks old, their world is one of warmth and shadow. Their only nourishment, their only connection to the vast world outside flows from their mother. The lioness will keep her litter concealed and protected until they are strong enough to be introduced to the rest of the pride. They will remain with their mother for nearly 2 years, learning everything they need to survive. The new day begins, and at the heart of the savannah, the silence is broken by a confident tread. The new day begins, and with it a presence emerges, not with the haste of the hunted, nor the stealth of the unsure, but with the measured tread of a king. All 485 pounds of muscle and majesty, he is the Savannah, made manifest, a walking embodiment of power that needs no introduction. Every movement is a lesson in dominance, a body built for direct confrontation, advancing with a deliberate, measured pace. But power is not his only asset. What makes him truly formidable is his ability to maintain control over an empire. His roar can carry for 5 miles, a resonant warning to any who would dare draw near. When hunger demands action, the drama of the hunt unfolds, yet he is not the central player. The lionesses, smaller and more agile, are the true architects of the attack. They move in silence with gestures almost imperceptible. Each knows her role, one to the front, another to the flank, and a third to block the path of retreat. At the decisive moment, it is over in seconds. A lunge, a rustle in the grass, and the fatal bite to the throat ends all attempts at escape. The meal is secured, but it comes with a price. The males, despite not participating in the hunt, have priority in the sharing of the spoils. They command respect, but they also provide protection. Battles are fought not just for territory, but for lineage. A new leader, upon taking over a pride, may kill the cubs of his predecessor. A cruel but effective strategy for ensuring his own genetic legacy. territory of a pride of lions can exceed 250 square kilometers, demarcated not only by roars but also by signs and constant patrols. Even at rest in the shade of a tree, a lion is never truly relaxed. He watches, he calculates, and he decides. Because on the savannah, the leader is not the one who roars loudest, but the one who knows when to act. Here, weakness has no refuge, only raw survival endures. These are primal arenas where nature roars at its fiercest. In the heart of the unforgiving Kalahari, a new life begins already in the shadow of the most formidable predators. This elephant calf, merely hours old, is utterly defenseless in the face of such peril. But a mother's instinct is a phenomenal power, an unwavering shield. Single-handedly, she has bravely repelled a male lion, yet she knows the threat is far from over. To save her calf, she has but one option: to send out an urgent call for aid. These low-frequency rumbles can travel for miles across the landscape. These low-frequency rumbles can travel for miles across the landscape. But by now, the pair are surrounded. And then a response. The entire family heard her call and has come to their rescue. Faced with the might of the herd, the lions stand no chance. And now the herd joyfully welcomes its newest member, a safe beginning encircled by family. The Sorado sprawls across nearly 770,000 square miles, covering over 21% of Brazil's territory. It crosses many states, such as Goiás, Mato Grosso, and Tocantins, even extending into parts of Bolivia and Paraguay. Though landlocked, this region is a vast natural reservoir, giving birth to 8 of Brazil's 12 largest rivers, including the Amazon and the São Francisco. The quiet presence of the Sorado subtly orchestrates the underground currents that shape the surrounding ecosystems. Geologically, the Sorado rests on an ancient plateau, the Planalto Central, formed over 600 million years ago. Its rugged terrain, sculpted from weathered granite and metamorphic rock, creates a landscape of rolling hills and arid plains. The soil here is a deep red, rich in aluminum but poor in nutrients and highly acidic. The Sorado's landscape is a patchwork of diverse ecological shades. There are vast grasslands dotted with only a few low shrubs. Elsewhere, savanna blends with sparse woodland where trees have rounded crowns, thick bark and deep roots. These evolutionary traits help them withstand drought and the periodic wildfires. The Sorado has a tropical, semi-humid climate with 2 distinct seasons. The wet season lasts from October to April, with an average annual rainfall of about 47 to 79 inches. In contrast, the dry season runs from May to September, with almost no rain. Daytime temperatures can exceed 86 degrees Fahrenheit before turning sharply cold at night. As many as 935 bird species have been recorded here. The Sorado also shelters some 200 mammal species, over 270 reptiles and amphibians, and tens of thousands of insects. Like a distant dry drumbeat, the Sorado enters its dry season with a spectacular yet silent transformation. From May to September, rainfall drops below 2 inches a month. Humidity falls under 30%, and daytime temperatures often exceed 95 degrees Fahrenheit. In these conditions, the ecosystem reveals its remarkable adaptations. Plants have thick bark, deep roots, and the ability to regenerate after fire. Wildlife develops distinct survival strategies. Still protected areas like Chapada dos Veadeiros and Emas National Parks remain vital refuges for many species during the dry season. Located in central Brazil, Emas National Park covers 510 square miles of the Sorado ecosystem. This area is mostly covered by low grasslands with very few shrubs. The soil is thin, highly acidic, and nutrient poor. The long dry season makes the region prone to wildfires. Yet these fires play a crucial ecological role, stimulating plant regeneration and helping to maintain balance. It is an ideal habitat for small grazers, burrowing animals, seed-eating birds, and their predators, creating a rich biological structure. Amid the searing heat of the Sorado, one of the most remarkable creatures of this arid plain, the greater Rhea begins its challenging journey of survival. They are the largest native bird in the Americas and one of the biggest in the world. On this vast open stage, size and speed are the currency of survival. The greater Rhea, South America's largest bird, is a master of both. When it runs, it doesn't merely flee. It devours the horizon, its powerful legs eating up the cracked earth at nearly 40 miles an hour. For most predators, it is a chase that is lost before it has even begun. Its long, powerful legs work in tandem with its wings, which act like rudders, helping it to keep its balance during sudden changes of direction. It is a perfect fusion of speed and strategy in an environment as harsh as the Sorado. Not only fast runners, greater Rheas are also skilled swimmers. They use their neck and wings to navigate through streams and shallow waters. In the severe aridity, this swimming ability helps them reach the few remaining water sources. Their three-toed feet, unlike the four toes of most other birds, are an evolutionary trait perfectly suited for swift movement over dry, uneven terrain. But what truly sets the greater Rhea apart is not just its physical prowess. Unlike many other birds, it is the male that takes on the role of nesting. After building a ground nest, a male attracts up to 12 females to lay their eggs with a single nest holding as many as 50. When the females depart, the male stays to incubate the eggs for 35 to 40 days, and then continues to care for the young for 6 months. He not only defends them from predators, but has even been known to adopt stray chicks. Outside the breeding season, greater Rheas live in flocks of 10 to 100 individuals. A flexible diet is a clear advantage for survival. As omnivores, they eat a variety of broad-leafed plants, grasses, seeds and fruits, as well as small animals. They also swallow small stones to help grind down tough plant fibers in their gizzards, much like chickens or African ostriches. During the dry season, when green vegetation becomes scarce, they shift towards protein-rich sources like insects or any remaining wild fruits. In its journey of survival, the greater Rhea plays a vital role, dispersing seeds, maintaining species balance, and moving silently between the dry and wet seasons. In a place where the silence of fire can consume entire fields, the footfalls of the greater Rhea echo like the drumbeat of resilience and instinct. Brazil's arid grasslands hold more than the tracks of the greater Rhea. The Pampas deer, a small, delicate species, still moves quietly across the cracked red earth. Standing only about 2.3 feet tall and weighing between 44 and 66 pounds, the Pampas deer has a sandy brown coat that remains unchanged with the seasons, allowing it to blend almost perfectly into the sun-scorched grasslands. Males carry small, three-pronged antlers that are shed around August or September, while females sometimes have a unique whirl of hair on their foreheads, a rare biological trait among deer species. Despite their delicate appearance, they are true survivalists. When the vegetation withers, Pampas deer do not wait for fortune to favor them. They move constantly, carefully selecting new grasses and flowering herbaceous plants. In the wet season, grass makes up 20% of their diet. But when the dry season arrives, they switch to leaves, shoots, and even bark, anything that retains a little moisture. Instead of retreating into dense forests, this deer chooses to live in open savannas and tall grasslands. When threatened, it lies perfectly still, a silent prayer offered to the wild. If it must flee, it can reach speeds up to 31 miles per hour, though it often looks back, a curious reflex born of instinct, but one that can also reveal a moment of vulnerability. The social life of the Pampas deer is highly flexible. In the dry season, they live alone or in pairs, but in the rainy months, they can gather in groups of up to 50. In Hyenas National Park, an estimated population of 1,000 to 1,300 individuals has remained relatively stable over the past 2 decades. The Pampas deer is a living testament to resilience, humility, and quiet beauty. With its striking appearance, the maned wolf could easily be mistaken for a fearsome predator. With its fiery red coat, pointed face, and long stilt-like legs, the maned wolf is neither fox nor wolf. In fact, it is not a true carnivore and tends to lead a quiet, solitary life far from humans. It is the only species in the genus Chrysocyon, representing a unique evolutionary branch that has been separate for millions of years within the canid family. standing up to 3 feet at the shoulder, taller than a gray wolf. The maned wolf is perfectly built for navigating the tall grasses of the Sorado. Its large ears can pivot independently, allowing it to pinpoint the movements of small prey hidden in the dense vegetation. The maned wolf has a remarkably flexible diet. During the dry season, its diet shifts heavily to plant matter, especially the wolf's apple, a fruit that makes up 40 to 90% of its food intake. Rich in water and fiber, and with natural properties that help combat parasites, its habit of eating fruit and traveling far makes it an important seed disperser. As an opportunistic hunter, the maned wolf targets rodents, rabbits, ground-nesting birds, reptiles, and insects. With its acute hearing, it can tap the ground to flush out hidden prey, then pounce, delivering a quick bite to the neck or back. Although classified as near threatened, some regions like Minas Gerais and São Paulo have reported significant population declines. In captivity, birth rates are low, posing challenges for recovery programs. However, in Imus National Park, where individuals are tracked via GPS-maned wolves living in a near-pristine environment are showing stable behaviors. But this vast sanctuary of life holds its secrets close. And here, in the dappled light of the gallery forests where shadows dance with sunbeams, one of its most elusive masters of camouflage is revealed: the Ocelot. A living jewel once called the dwarf leopard. Their ancestors roamed the Americas for 2 million years, and over thousands of generations they have adapted to a multitude of environments. The ocelot has a body length of 2.3 to 3.3 feet, with a 10 to 16-inch tail and a coat of asymmetrical spots and stripes that act as a biological fingerprint. The white patches on the backs of its ears create a false eye effect, making predators hesitate to approach from behind. With its compact body, it moves easily through dense undergrowth and over fallen logs, a silent shadow in a wild world. As night falls, the ocelot begins its hunt. Though an expert climber and swimmer, it prefers to ambush its prey from the ground. With sharp hearing and vision, it hunts rodents, opossums, young armadillos, and even fish from shallow streams. Before eating, it meticulously plucks the fur or feathers from its prey, a habit rarely seen among other members of the cat family. Ocelots are solitary, except during the breeding season. Males control larger territories that overlap with those of several females, but they avoid direct confrontations. After an 80-day gestation, a female gives birth to 1 or 2 kittens in a secluded den, such as a tree-hollow dense thicket or a rocky crevice near a stream. The kittens are born blind and stay with their mother for nearly a year. When they are strong enough, she brings back live prey to help them practice their hunting skills. More than just a proud predator, the ocelot is a symbol of perfect adaptation. Each step it takes on the marshy ground of the veredas is a quiet whisper of life. Resilient, silent, but never fragile. Six times larger than an ocelot, the jaguar is the biggest cat in the Americas. It is the apex predator, an icon of wild power. With its powerful build, a male jaguar can weigh up to 212 pounds and measure 5.5 feet long. Its compact muscular frame is combined with a broad head and short, immensely strong limbs. This anatomy gives it not only explosive strength but also the most powerful bite of any big cat, pound for pound, surpassing even lions and tigers. Its jaws are strong enough to pierce the skull of an adult capybara or crush the shell of an Amazonian turtle. In the dry season, when food grows scarce, this ability gives it a decisive edge, allowing access to a wider range of prey. In the fading light along a Sorado riverbank, a jaguar flattens itself to the ground as silent as a ghost. Every muscle is tensed in stillness. The hunt has begun. Unlike its relatives, the jaguar delivers a precise bite to the back of the skull or spine, piercing through thick bone. If the prey escapes into the water, the jaguar will follow. It is a superb swimmer, capable of diving deep, and has even been observed using its tail to stir the water to lure fish. Though mainly terrestrial, it can climb trees and attack from above, a particularly effective tactic in the dry season when the view is clear. The jaguar's coat has large, bold rosettes with central black dots, creating patterns so unique that no two individuals are identical. Some carry a black pigment, the so-called black panthers, which still retain these rosette patterns visible in angled light or infrared photography. And here, the jaguar's very coat tells a story of deep time and adaptation. For in the Sorado, the familiar gold is often replaced by a living darkness. An unusually high number are born cloaked in shadow. The Black Panther, not a different species but a ghost in the machine of evolution, a silent testament to the wild possibilities of this land. Biologically, the jaguar is a solitary animal. They rarely meet outside of the mating season. A male's territory can be twice the size of a female's, and often overlaps with those of several females, though rarely with other males. They tend to be most active at dawn and dusk. When the light is low, temperatures are cooler, and their prey begins to stir. In addition, jaguars have a unique range of vocalizations, from a dry, saw-like roar to gentle snuffing sounds often used in close communication. Historically, jaguars ranged from the southwestern United States down to Argentina. However, they have vanished from many areas. Today, they survive in about 19 countries, with strong populations in the Amazon and Pantanal, but persist in lower densities in the Sorado, a biodiverse transition zone. Protecting this species means more than its zoological value. In indigenous cultures from the Aztec to the Maya, the jaguar has always been a symbol of power, divinity, and immortality. In the Sorado, the image of a jaguar crossing the water under the dry season moon has become a living emblem of balance. One of the jaguar's prey, the capybara, is the world's largest rodent. Curiously, in the 16th century, the Catholic Church classified the capybara as a fish, allowing the faithful to eat its meat during Lent. Today, this gentle creature even has its own day of celebration, Capybara Day, on the 10th of July, honoring it as a symbol of peace in the natural world. Measuring 3 to 4 feet long and weighing between 77 and 146 pounds, the capybara is more than twice the size of a beaver, the second largest rodent. Its coarse, yellowish-brown fur and stocky build conceal a body perfectly adapted to a semi-aquatic life. Its short legs are webbed and its eyes, ears and nostrils are set high on its head. A capybara can stay submerged for up to 5 minutes, either to evade predators or to cool off when temperatures soar above 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Despite its connection to water, the capybara is surprisingly agile on land, reaching speeds of up to 22 miles per hour when escaping danger. Their diet consists mainly of aquatic grasses, stems and reeds, but when food is scarce, they turn to grains, squash and wild melons. An adult can consume up to 8 pounds of vegetation per day. Their digestive system has an enlarged cecum filled with millions of cellulose-fermenting microorganisms. During the dry season, small groups of 10 to 20 capybaras often merge into herds of hundreds, led by a dominant male. Their social hierarchy is maintained through scent glands located on their noses and near their anus, as well as a rich repertoire of sounds. They frequently groom and delouse one another, not just for hygiene, but as a form of social bonding. Capybaras are widespread across South America from Colombia to Argentina. In the veredas, they do more than simply exist. They actively support the ecosystem, grazing selectively to promote the growth of aquatic plants and forming a crucial link in the food chain. Another large mammal appears, this time South America's largest land animal, the South American tapir. It is also known as the Brazilian tapir, the Amazonian tapir, or the lowland tapir. Between 6 and 8 feet long and weighing from 330 to over 700 pounds, the tapir is equipped with a flexible, trunk-like snout formed from its upper lip and nose. This proboscis allows it to pick fruit browse for leaves in thickets, or even act as a snorkel when submerged. In the oppressive heat of the dry season, its ability to stay underwater for several minutes and move along riverbeds helps it evade predators and regulate its body temperature. Despite its bulky frame, the tapir can move with surprising speed when threatened. This nocturnal creature follows stream banks to find leaves, young shoots, and aquatic plants. Known as the gardeners of the rainforest, they help regenerate plant life by dispersing seeds through their dung, especially throughout the veredas. Although its eyesight is poor, the Brazilian tapir has a highly developed sense of smell and hearing. It communicates and marks its territory using scent trails from its body urine and facial glands. Tapirs are solitary, meeting only during the breeding season. The female carries a single calf for a gestation period of up to 13 months. Newborns are covered in a dark coat with white stripes and spots, resembling a small watermelon, which provides natural camouflage in the forest understory. They stay with their mother for 12 to 18 months, learning to swim, dive, and survive. But this also means the population regenerates slowly and is especially vulnerable to rapid environmental change. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Brazilian tapir is currently listed as a vulnerable species. In the Sorado, the conversion of forest land to soy plantations and cattle pastures over the last 20 years has led to a sharp decline in habitat in the veredas. However, in Grande Sertão Veredas National Park, the species still has a chance of survival. The park's network of underground streams, wetlands, and year-round green buriti vegetation provides a cool, moist refuge. In contrast to the tapir's somewhat smooth appearance, the Brazilian three-banded armadillo, or tatu bola, is one of only 2 armadillo species in the world that can roll itself into a completely sealed ball. This small creature's ingenious defense is so perfect, so complete, that it even once captured the imagination of the human world, becoming a symbol for the planet's greatest sporting spectacle. But here, far from the roar of the crowds, its perfect sphere is not for show. It is a shield for a fragile life in a world of giants. Only 9 to 11 inches long and weighing 2 to 3.5 pounds, the tatu bola's biological design is a masterpiece of evolution. Three flexible bands between its 2 hard shells allow it to curl up, using its short tail to seal off its soft underbelly, transforming into a seamless armored ball. The tatu bola feeds on ants and termites, using its long, sticky tongue and strong claws to break open termite mounds and ant nests. Though its eyesight is poor, its sense of smell is extremely acute, helping it to sniff out prey and steer clear of predators like jaguars and pumas. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, in 2024 only 1,000 to 1,800 mature individuals remain in the wild. The main threats include deforestation hunting and domestic dogs. With an extremely low birth rate, just 1 offspring per year, the Brazilian three-banded armadillo cannot replenish its population quickly enough. But for that very reason, it serves as a sensitive biological indicator, reflecting the overall health of the ecosystem. In the veredas where the soil is loose, shade is plentiful, and termite mounds are abundant, the area becomes a last refuge for this species during the dry season. Unlike the subterranean armadillo, the South American coati often climbs trees like a daring little explorer. Also known as the ring-tailed coati, or brown-nosed coati, it is a close relative of the raccoon. About 33 to 44 inches long, with its tail accounting for nearly half that length, and weighing between 4 and 16 pounds, the coati is distinguished by its long, flexible and upturned snout. Its curved claws help it to dig, pry up roots, flip over rocks, and climb with ease. A unique ability is the rotation of its ankle joints, which allows it to descend trees head first, a trait rarely seen in mammals. The coati is active during the day. With its highly sensitive nose, it sweeps the ground like a living detector, searching for scorpions, insects, bird eggs, fallen fruit, and even carrion. Female coatis live in bands of 10 to 30 individuals, usually consisting of mothers and their offspring. Adult males live alone, joining a group only during the mating season before leaving again. Within the band, female coatis display strong cooperation. They care for the young stand guard and share information through sounds and body language. The breeding season begins at the end of the wet season when fruit is most abundant. After a gestation of about 77 days, a female builds a nest in a tree and gives birth to 2 to 7 young. The offspring stay in the nest for about 5 weeks before rejoining the band. Females typically remain with their mother's group, while males leave around their 3rd year to begin a solitary life. As a highly adaptable omnivore, the coati helps control insect populations, disperse seeds, and plays a crucial role in maintaining the lower strata of the ecosystem. When the first rains fall on the Sorado at the end of September, they mark the end of the long dry season and the beginning of a new cycle of life. The smell of damp earth fills the air, heralding the return of water and the start of the breeding season. This change triggers a cascade of ecological responses. Studies have shown that during the transition from the dry to the wet season, as much as 68.4% of all insects collected emerge. This ignites a chain of ecological events, from the growth of vegetation to the explosion of insect populations, and the start of reproductive activity for many animals. In the high canopy of the Sorado's forests, it is not just insects that rush back to life. Creatures of vibrant color also begin their own journeys of survival. Among them is the toko toucan, a bird of striking beauty with its bright orange tones and the bold contrast of its black and white feathers. As the largest toucan in South America, the toko toucan embodies a strange and creative biological design. Its bill, which can be up to 7.5 inches long, may look heavy but is surprisingly light. Made of porous keratin tissue supported by a hollow bone structure, the bill plays a vital role in regulating body temperature. When temperatures rise, blood flow to the bill increases to release heat. Conversely, when night falls, blood is redirected to conserve warmth. This is one of the most efficient cooling systems ever recorded in birds, comparable to the heat-dissipating ability of an African elephant's ears. The arrival of the rains also signals the start of the breeding season. Fruit becomes plentiful, followed by a boom in insect populations, an essential source of nutrition for toko toucans during nesting. Its diet is not limited to guavas or figs. During this time, it readily preys on insects, small lizards, and even the eggs and chicks of other birds. The toko toucan does not build its own nest. It usually occupies old tree cavities, especially those of woodpeckers or natural hollows. The eggs are white, typically 2 to 4 in number, and are incubated by both parents in turns for about 2 weeks. When they hatch, the chicks are naked and featherless, and their iconic bills are still small and undeveloped. But day by day they grow under the devoted care of their parents, gradually becoming covered in a thick coat of feathers and developing that brilliant orange bill. With a total length of 22 to 26 inches, the toko toucan is not a long-distance migrant. However, when food becomes scarce or certain areas dry out, it tends to move within a limited range in search of richer vegetation. This type of movement, known as ecological nomadism, allows the bird to make the most of short-term resources without leaving the Sorado ecosystem. From a distance, a toko toucan looks like a living exclamation mark against the reviving landscape. Beyond its role as a skillful fruit eater, the toko toucan is a crucial link in the Sorado's recovery after the dry season. By eating and dispersing seeds, it helps young trees take root in new areas. These birds can enhance the carbon storage capacity of tropical forests by up to 38% by carrying seeds to degraded lands. While many birds begin their breeding season, an explosion of insect life emerges, and that is when a strange predator takes the stage. The giant anteater, a creature that looks as if it has stepped out of prehistoric times. Slow, solitary, but perfectly adapted to the ever-changing world around it. At 6 to 7 feet long and weighing between 88 and 110 pounds, this is one of the largest insect-eating mammals in the world. What makes it remarkable is not sharp teeth or fierce claws, but a tongue that can extend up to 2 feet, flicking in and out 150 times a minute. The tongue is coated in a glue-like saliva to snatch some 140 insects in a single feeding. It does not rely on stomach acid for digestion. Instead, it uses the formic acid from its prey swallowing soil and sand to help grind up the insects. Its attack and retreat strategy allows termite mounds to recover, ensuring a long-term food supply, an intelligent predatory behavior that helps maintain ecological balance. The giant anteater is not just slow and steady. When needed, it can sprint up to 30 miles per hour. It stands on its hind legs and delivers powerful swipes with the long curved claws on its middle fingers for defense. Its peculiar knuckle-walking gait helps protect those claws. Despite poor eyesight and hearing, its sense of smell is about 40 times stronger than a human's, allowing it to detect insect nests from afar. This species is solitary pairing, only during the mating season. The young rides on its mother's back for nearly a year, camouflaged by a coat that blends perfectly with hers. As a specialized predator of ants and termites, the giant anteater acts as an ecological caretaker, helping to maintain the soil control pest populations and prevent invasive termite species. It moves silently through each wet season, holding an irreplaceable role in the ecological symphony of the Sorado. Where termite mounds are torn apart by anteaters, or where colorful birds return to the canopy to nest another large creature, chooses a quieter path of survival. The boa constrictor, one of the great snakes of the Sorado. It has no venom, but is armed with an incredibly efficient and calculated hunting strategy. The boa constrictor is one of the most ancient reptiles, having evolved and adapted over millions of years. Modern individuals typically reach 10 to 13 feet in length, with some females exceeding 14 feet and weighing up to 60 pounds. Its glossy scales with patterns of brown, maroon and silver-gray stretch across its body like a natural camouflage map. A key feature is its cat-like vertical pupils, common in nocturnal species, and the small pits between its labial scales. These are specialized heat-sensing organs that allow the boa to see the body heat of its prey, even in complete darkness. As night falls and rodents begin to emerge from their nests to forage, the snake lies as still as a fallen log among the leaf litter, waiting silently. Its strategy is not pursuit but ambush. Once it has locked onto a target, usually rodents, opossums, small birds, or even large lizards, it strikes with astonishing speed. Hundreds of sharp, inwardly curved teeth grip the prey, followed by the powerful squeeze of its muscular coils. The victim does not die from broken bones, but from suffocation and blood loss, as its circulation is cut off. A 2024 study showed the pressure exerted by a boa constrictor can reach 90 millimeters of mercury, nearly equal to human blood pressure. After swallowing its prey, sometimes twice the size of its head, the boa retreats to a nest of leaves or a rocky crevice to digest. Its slow metabolism allows it to survive for weeks, even months, without another meal. The boa constrictor's range extends from northern Mexico to Argentina, but in the Sorado it plays a critical role in regulating rodent populations. As the dry heat begins to fade, the Sorado transitions into its wet season from October to March, bringing an abundance of water. The first rains fall on the cracked earth like a call to awaken the entire ecosystem. The increased moisture and temperature stimulate the germination, flowering, and fruiting of many plants, providing a rich food source for insects and other wildlife. This surge of moisture promotes the lush growth of gallery forests, evergreen woodlands that thrive along the headwaters of the San Francisco River. The park includes areas of outstanding scenic beauty, like the Cascadanta, the first waterfall of the San Francisco River, which stands 610 feet high. The gallery forests here also serve as crucial biological corridors. If the ocelot is nicknamed the dwarf leopard, then the margay, a smaller wildcat, is often called the tree ocelot. For much of the wet season, it remains hidden in a labyrinth of leaves, where vines, dead branches, and moss weave together into a three-dimensional world. Measuring 27 to 31 inches long and weighing only 6 to 9 pounds, the margay is the acrobat of the forest world. Its tail, which accounts for up to 70% of its body length, provides perfect balance as it moves along branches slick with rain. Remarkably, the margay is one of the very few mammals capable of rotating its hind ankles 180 degrees, allowing it to climb down trees head first, more like a squirrel than a cat. It can leap up to 12 feet horizontally or 8 feet vertically between branches, and can even hang from a branch by just one hind foot. The margay leads a solitary, mostly nocturnal life, marking its territory with scent. With a slow reproductive rate, giving birth to only a single kitten every 2 years, the margay is highly vulnerable to sudden environmental changes. The rainy season in the forest provides an abundance of food. The margay hunts birds, opossums, squirrels, small monkeys, and even sloths, all of which live in the treetops. An incredible hunting tactic recorded in Brazil showed a margay mimicking the calls of a baby monkey, luring anxious adults close enough to be ambushed from above. Though arboreal, the margay may descend to the ground to hunt rabbits or rodents, but this is a risky choice, as it leaves the cat more vulnerable. Among the watchful eyes that track its movements is the puma. Like a mystery written in many tongues, the puma has more names than any other animal in the wild. Cougar, mountain lion, catamount, panther. Over 40 nicknames, all for the same species. It is the most widespread terrestrial mammal in the Americas, ranging from the icy Yukon in Canada to the arid Andes of southern Peru. And right here in the heart of the continent, where the Sorado unfolds and gallery forests cling to the San Francisco River, the puma finds a fleeting paradise during the wet season. During the rains, the gallery forests become rich and chaotic. Migratory birds return, ungulates forage, and rodents reproduce quickly. For the puma, this is an opportunity. It hides in the forest undergrowth, its golden eyes narrowed, watching as its prey moves slowly toward a clearing. No sound, no heavy breath, just lethal patience. Its long and powerful hind legs. In an instant, the puma launches itself nearly 18 feet into the air, soaring over 20 feet like a living arrow. Its tail, nearly 3 feet long, curves slightly to steer its body through the brush and jagged rocks. The attack lasts only seconds. Canines sink into the neck, claws lock on. The prey is pinned to the ground before it can react. The puma does not eat in a hurry. Instead, it drags the carcass to the forest edge, carefully covering it with dry leaves, moss, and branches, hiding it like a reserve. A single large kill can sustain it for 4 to 6 days, minimizing the risk of frequent hunting. Unlike the roaring tiger or lion, the puma communicates through a surprising range of sounds: hisses, growls, snarls, and sometimes a piercing scream. An adult puma in this region typically has a territory of 30 to 60 square miles. During the wet season, their movements shift to the south and southeast of the park, where populations of capybaras and armadillos increase significantly. As solitary animals, pumas usually interact only during the mating season. The female is pregnant for about 90 days and gives birth to 1 to 6 kittens. The dark spots along the kittens' backs help them blend into the forest floor. They stay with their mother for up to 2 years, learning every move of the hunt, how to choose prey, read the wind, and avoid other predators. In the food chain, the puma acts as a guardian of natural balance. By controlling herbivore populations, it helps the forest to regenerate and prevents overgrazing. A pattern confirmed by ecologists through satellite analysis of biomass cover during the 2025 wet season. In areas where pumas are regularly present, the understory and mid-story vegetation is significantly healthier than in regions without them. The Sorado is no stranger to scavengers. Alongside the crested caracara, this land is home to a species as vividly colored as the toko toucan, the king vulture. Unlike most vultures, with their drab gray feathers and somber appearance, the king vulture is an explosion of color. Its body looks like a natural palette, as if nature poured its last rebellious spirit onto this single bird. At the center of its curved orange and black beak is a fleshy caruncle or wattle, like a soft crown set upon the face of a silent king. Its pale white eyes are rimmed with deep red, glittering with an almost surreal gaze. A newly hatched chick is covered in pure black down and takes nearly 6 years to develop the brilliant plumage of adulthood. In Sorado, where the gallery forests stretch out, the wet season brings more carcasses, more natural accidents, and with them the peak working season for the king vulture. Unlike birds of prey like hawks or eagles, the king vulture does not take life to survive. It waits, seeking opportunity in the quiet end of another creature's journey. With its large, strong beak, it is often one of the first species to open up thick-skinned carcasses. This bird lacks a rich vocal range due to the absence of a syrinx, the vocal organ present in most birds. Its sounds are limited to low hisses, weak wheezes, or gentle snorts. Instead of calling to one another, they rely on observation. With extremely sharp eyesight, a king vulture can spot a carcass from hundreds of feet in the air. In the humid conditions of the wet season, when scents travel more slowly, vision becomes its primary survival tool. Each dry season, its main breeding period, it lays a single egg, usually hidden in a tree hollow or a rotten log. The chick after hatching receives careful attention and a behavior that sets this species apart from other New World vultures. The parents return with partially digested food in their crop and gently regurgitate it for the young. It is a rare gesture, a clear sign of a long, deep parental investment. In the Sorado ecosystem, the king vulture is more than just a link in the food chain. It is part of nature's self-cleaning, self-healing system. With a lifespan of up to 25 years in the wild and even over 30 in captivity, the king vulture is not only a biological symbol, but also a cultural one. In Mayan mythology, it was seen as a messenger between humans and the gods, known as Ok, the spirit of the sky and the cleanser of the world's impurities. Not as graceful as a stork, the wood stork makes a strong impression with its bare, almost sculpted-looking neck. It stands up to 45 inches tall with a wingspan of 71 inches. Its body is white with a featherless head and neck and a long crescent-shaped bill. This bird does not hunt by sight, but by touch. Standing in the water, it keeps its bill slightly ajar. At the slightest movement from a fish, shrimp, or tadpole, the bill snaps shut in just 25 milliseconds. If the water is too still, it gently stirs it with a foot or wing to flush out prey. During the 2025 wet season, its terrestrial foraging increased by 14%, including frogs, lizards, and rodents. This adaptability allows the wood stork to thrive in regions with dynamic hydrology like Serra da Canastra, where it nests in colonies in tall trees near wetlands. Each colony can contain 20 to 25 nests, with parents taking turns incubating eggs and raising the young for about 8 weeks. When not foraging, the wood stork glides through the air, rarely flapping its wings, like a black and white ribbon riding the warm air currents. Without noise or fanfare, the wood stork exists through quiet precision, stepping through muddy waters, tending to its young under the sun, and soaring through storms like an ecological messenger. As the Sorado moves deeper into the wet season, the strip of land along the Araguaia River, which marks the natural border between the states of Goiás and Tocantins, suddenly comes alive in a strange way. This area represents the seasonal wetlands and temporary lakes that form after the rains, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, yet holding the power to awaken an entire chain of life. The emergence of temporary lakes creates ideal breeding conditions for amphibians, free from the presence of predatory fish. Among the standout species is the giant otter, the largest otter on Earth. An adult male can be up to 6 feet long and weigh up to 75 pounds with a streamlined, torpedo-shaped body covered in a short, dense chocolate-brown fur that repels water. Its tail is flat, long and powerful, acting as a paddle. Its webbed feet allow for agile movement in murky waters. An often overlooked detail, each individual has a unique white patch on its throat, like a biological signature that helps researchers identify them in the wild. The wet season triggers a boom in fish populations like catfish and caracins, enriching the natural menu for the giant otter. With its highly sensitive whiskers, it can detect the slightest movement in the murky water. Its ears and nostrils can close when it dives, allowing it to focus entirely on tracking and catching prey. Unlike most other otter species, the giant otter is highly social. It lives in organized family groups, usually consisting of a monogamous breeding pair and offspring from multiple years. A group can have from 2 to 20 individuals. They hunt together, play together, and share the responsibility of raising the young. Their coordinated hunting efforts increase the overall success rate of the group. Each adult needs to consume about 7 pounds of fish per day, nearly 10% of its body weight. Fish are not the only item on their menu. When fish become scarce, giant otters also hunt crabs, snakes, and even small caimans. They choose to build their dens along high riverbanks or the edges of flooded forests. Each den can have multiple entrances, allowing the group to move quickly and safely if threatened. The Araguaia River area, especially within Cantao State Park, is considered one of the last places on Earth capable of supporting a naturally breeding population of giant otters. However, even this refuge is slowly being threatened. Competition with humans, especially local fishermen, has begun to strain the relationship between giant otters and neighboring communities. According to the latest report from the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 2024, the giant otter is still classified as endangered with an estimated wild population of under 5,000 individuals. Larger and more formidable than the giant otter, the Yacaré caiman is native to Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, and Paraguay. The Yacaré caiman's body is bulky enough to look heavy but never clumsy. Adult males are typically 6 to 10 feet long, while females are only about half that size. They have dark brown to olive-colored skin interspersed with black patches and a pale yellow belly. The long, slender snout is the result of millions of years of evolution perfectly shaped to maximize fish-catching efficiency. Their teeth are a biological marvel. 70 to 82 in total. They are constantly replaced with the fourth tooth on the lower jaw, always protruding, even when the mouth is closed. In the complex system of temporary lakes, the Yacaré caiman emerges as a silent predator. It does not lunge or chase, but lies still, almost motionless, beneath the floating vegetation. When unsuspecting prey comes too close, the snap is so fast there is no chance of escape. Adults typically eat fish, snakes, birds, and even small mammals. Beyond its predatory instincts, the Yacaré caiman reveals a softer side in its reproduction. During the wet season, when the soil becomes moist and temperatures rise, the female begins to build a nest on top of mounds of mud and decaying vegetation, warm and gently steaming like natural incubators. She lays 22 to 35 eggs inside. The temperature inside the nest determines the sex of the young. Warmer conditions produce males, while cooler conditions produce females. The presence of the Yacaré caiman is more than just a link in the food chain. They help regulate fish populations, especially piranhas, preventing sudden booms that could destabilize the balance. In their silent presence, in every sudden dive and glint of sharp teeth, lies an ancient story of life itself. Amid the shimmering riverside light, the roseate spoonbill appears. Its vibrant pink plumage and unique spoon-shaped bill make it look like a ribbon of color drifting across the still water. Its pink color comes from its diet, rich in the carotenoid pigment canthaxanthin, much like flamingos. During the breeding season, the color deepens, spreading to its legs and around its eyes, like a natural wedding dress worn by a wanderer in search of a mate. Standing 27 to 33 inches tall, with a wingspan of up to 51 inches, the spoonbill has long legs, a slender neck, and a broad, flat, spoon-shaped bill. Not for tearing flesh, but a precise sensory tool. As it sweeps its bill through the water, even the slightest touch from a fish, insect, or crustacean triggers an instant snap. Along the banks of the Araguaia River, the shallow lakes are ideal hunting and nesting grounds. They build their nests in dense bushes or low trees, laying 2 to 5 eggs per clutch with an incubation period of about 32 days. The chicks are fed by both parents, who regurgitate food directly into their still developing spoon-shaped bills. The spoonbill is not a long-distance migrant. It follows the water. Wherever there are wet season wetlands, their tracks are not far behind. Riding the warm air currents with their necks and legs outstretched, they glide like living kites across the sky. Once hunted nearly to extinction in the 19th century for their feathers used in hats and dresses, the roseate spoonbill has recovered thanks to strict conservation efforts. Today they are considered an indicator species, a sign of the health of the wetlands. Larger than the roseate spoonbill and the biggest stork in South America, the jabiru stork steps into the scene like an ancient guardian. It stands up to 5 feet tall with a wingspan of 9 to 12 feet adorned with white plumage, a featherless black head and neck, and a striking red throat pouch. This feature inspired its name Jabiru from the Tupi-Guarani language meaning swollen neck. In males, the pouch can inflate and change color during the breeding season, a vivid, silent signal of readiness. Its slightly upturned bill, 14 inches long, is an incredibly precise hunting tool. Without needing to see its prey, the stork feels movement in the murky water and snaps its bill shut like a trapdoor. Besides fish, frogs and snails, it also eats snakes, carrion, crustaceans and even small mammals. In the Araguaia region, with its more than 800 oxbow lakes, jabiros often live in lifelong pairs. At the end of the wet season, they build enormous nests up to 100 feet high in dead trees, some over 3 feet wide and 6 feet deep, growing larger each year. The parents incubate 1 to 5 eggs and raise the young for over 100 days, much longer than most other storks, with the chicks being completely dependent on their care. In the Sorado, it is an essential piece of the ecological puzzle, embodying the deep connection between water, land, and life. A new day rises over the sun-scorched savannah. Beneath an acacia, a pair of lions lies deep in sleep. But the sounds of a moving buffalo herd stir the lioness's hunting instinct. She slips away from the shade, following the sound towards the grazing giants. In the harsh sunlight, the thought of a hunt has sparked. But to face an entire herd of giants alone, a formidable task. On land cracked by drought, the scarcity of water makes the hunt all the more desperate. The whole pride begins to move, silently, slowly. Concealed in the tall grass, their golden eyes fix upon their quarry. A dazzle of zebra grazes peacefully, unaware that death is closing in. Then suddenly the lioness charges. The herd erupts into chaos. The savannah ignites in a moment of life and death confrontation between predator and prey. Here, a single mistake means death, and in nature's fierce dance, only the strong and the persistent earn the right to survive. From the scattered rocks of the mopane woodland, a sharp cry rings out, shattering the dawn's stillness. It is the call of the chacma baboon, one of Africa's largest, most intelligent and socially complex primates. They begin their day with a noisy confidence. This land seems to have belonged to them since time immemorial, every footstep recorded in the troop's collective memory. He is a creature forged by this landscape. 90 pounds of muscle and sinew wrapped in a coat, the color of dust and dried earth, a living shadow perfectly attuned to this unforgiving world. They live in troops of 20 to 80 individuals led by a dominant male. He is responsible for guidance, protection, and maintaining order. As omnivores, the chacma's diet is incredibly varied, from grasses, roots, and fruits to insects, birds, eggs, and small animals. This dietary flexibility is the key to their prosperity across diverse habitats, from open savanna to semi-desert. Though prey for many predators, chacma baboons have a remarkable ability to coordinate their own defense, especially when their young are in danger. They use over 30 distinct vocalizations combined with facial expressions and body language to warn, coordinate, or express emotion within the troop. As the last calls of the baboons fade into the sparse woodland, a herd of impala appears silently on the dew-kissed grass. Elegant, swift, and perpetually vigilant, they have no sharp claws or fearsome fangs. Their only weapons are keen senses and lightning-fast reflexes. The impala is a master of survival through agility. Weighing between 90 and 165 pounds, their bodies are built for speed. A single leap can carry an impala over 30 feet forward and 10 feet into the air. Their ears, always swiveling, capture the faintest sounds, an effective early warning system. To a predator, an impala may seem a meal on the move, but it is never an easy one. Beyond their swiftness, impalas rely on a sophisticated social strategy. Living in herds helps to diffuse a predator's focus, reducing the risk to any single animal. The sun begins its ascent, casting its light across the African savannah. A new day begins, and on a high cliff face, a troop of baboons awakens, ready for its challenges. The alpha male stretches, giving a great yawn. Youngsters play mischievously while adults groom one another, a ritual that reinforces the bonds of the troop. The baboons begin their day's journey, heading towards the plains and riverbanks in search of food. The alpha leads his troop of some 40 members. A female named Rhea discovers a bush laden with ripe berries. She summons the troop with a short bark. They quickly gather their dexterous hands, plucking each fruit. While the troop is busy feeding Rex, the alpha male does not lower his guard. His eyes scan the distant thickets where a predator might lie in wait. The troop moves to a small stream for a drink. Suddenly, a strange quiet falls. Rex stands tall, bares his teeth, and lets out a roar of alarm. Not far away, a female leopard is cautiously approaching. Her golden eyes reflect the sun, each footfall unnervingly silent. The entire troop rapidly closes ranks. Females and young retreat to the rear, while Rex and the other adult males move forward, forming a formidable defensive line. The baboons begin to scream, wave their arms, and bare their canines in a fearsome display. One aggressive young male even charges towards the leopard in defiance. The calculation is swift and silent. A standoff like this is a war of attrition she will not win. With a final lingering gaze, a promise perhaps for another day, she dissolves into the shadows from which she came. Once the threat has passed, Rex gives a low grunt signaling for the troop to leave the area and find a safer place to rest. As the sun sets, the troop returns to its familiar cliffs. Rex sits on a high outcrop gazing into the distance. He knows that tomorrow will bring another day of trials. But for tonight at least, his troop is safe, and he remains the master of this domain. On the grand stage of Africa, the sun does not simply rise, it ignites, painting the horizon with the fire of hope. And as the first light touches the earth, the symphony of life begins. See them, a troop of baboons at play. Their sharp, bright calls the clearest sound to rise from this harsh land. The adults groom one another, a gentle reminder that even in the wild, kinship is the most enduring bond. In this moment it is a paradise on earth. But this paradise has its price. A shift in the wind carries the scent of danger. The playing stops abruptly. A silence falls. Instantly, the social order asserts itself. The alpha's bark of alarm tears through the air. Look into the eyes of an old baboon gazing pensively into the distance. Reflected there is more than just the day that has passed. Sunset does not fall here. It collapses upon the plain, staining the earth the color of dried blood. And from the encroaching darkness they rise. Not a pack. This is an army. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of warriors moving as one. A dust storm of pure fury. They are not migrating. They have come to settle a score. Among them there is chaos. Snarls and bared teeth signal internal rivalries. Yet they are united by a single purpose, a common enemy. A young life has been taken, a life extinguished by the arrogant rulers of this land, and today the law of the land will be rewritten. They pour across the plains an army that knows no fear, guided by indignation. They face their sworn enemies, the kings of the Savannah. In a moment of madness, all rules are torn asunder. The prey will become the hunter. The underdog will challenge the throne. Tonight, blood will be spilt, and the story of the greatest uprising has only just begun. Yet protection within a lion pride is not based on physical strength alone. It is a cooperative network, where a kill once made is defended from opportunists such as hyenas. In the unforgiving world of the Kalahari, unity is the key to survival. The African sun is more than a ball of fire. It is a crown. And this is his kingdom, an empire built in battle, paid for with scars that never fade. His every roar does more than shake the ground. It affirms a throne that cannot be challenged. But every kingdom has its usurpers. The king freezes, a strange scent on the wind. The king stares into the distance, his eyes burning with a furious fire. This is not the roar of an animal. This is the declaration of war from a king protecting his family. Dawn. As light first touches the plains, the hunters begin their patrol. Brass is a beat counting down to the kill. In the distance, a herd of antelope grazes entirely unaware. The strategy is set. The lionesses fan out, tightening the circle. The tall grass conceals every movement, transforming them into phantoms of the plains. A long moment of silence. The world seems to hold its breath. Then the explosion. The lions charge the ground itself, trembling. The herds of antelope and zebra scatter in panic. But for the unfortunate, it is already too late. Victory is more than a meal. It is a testament to the power of coordination, the very thing that makes lions the supreme hunters of the grasslands. On these harsh plains where strength does not always decide one's fate, the spotted hyena survives through cunning and opportunity. They often wait for lions to do the hard work, then appear suddenly to claim what remains. Evolutionarily, the spotted hyena belongs to a distinct lineage that diverged some 2 million years ago. Their bodies can measure between 4 and 6 feet long and weigh up to 185 pounds. The hyena's front legs are longer than its hind legs, giving it a characteristic sloping gait that is, however, exceptionally stable. The hyena is built not for explosive speed, but for endurance. Its heart, relative to its body weight, is twice the size of a lion's, allowing it to maintain a high pace over long distances without tiring. They also possess incredibly powerful jaws, with a bite force capable of crushing the thick bones of a wildebeest. Spotted hyenas do not live alone. They form complex social clans of up to 70 individuals led by females. The females are not only larger, but completely dominant, with priority access to food and breeding rights. On the arid savanna, a herd of sable antelope moves quietly towards a waterhole. Their magnificent, scythe-like horns glisten in the morning sun. This animal is a symbol of the strength and wild spirit of Zimbabwe. Sable antelope are distinguished by their muscular build and impressive backward-curving horns, which can grow over 4 feet long on adult males. These are not just for display, they are formidable weapons. There are records of sable antelope confronting lions when cornered. They fight fiercely, using their sharp horns as a final line of defense. Here they feed only on young leaves, soft grasses and herbaceous plants that grow around termite mounds, where the soil is richer. However, during the long dry season, when resources become scarce, they are forced to share these pastures with larger species like elephants and buffalo. And yet, the sable antelope is no passive creature. Its ability to remember the landscape and communicate within the herd is essential for avoiding danger. When the rains come and go as quickly as a breath, they wash the sky clean and refresh the parched land. The African grasslands, where sky and earth meet at a distant horizon, are a land of contrasts. Every day here is a race for survival. In this stark struggle for existence, only the strongest can continue their journey. The African savanna is one of the oldest and richest of these ecosystems, having witnessed profound natural transformations. Around 5 to 8 million years ago, as dense forests began to shrink and a drier climate took hold, these vast grasslands emerged. At that time, animals faced a critical choice: adapt or face extinction. A new world was born, harsh but brimming with life. The African savanna covers about 65% of the continent's total area. It is a land of golden grasses stretching to the horizon. This ecosystem is home to over 8,000 species of plants. They are not only a vital food source, but also play a crucial role in regulating the climate. The animal life of the savanna is just as diverse. More than 150 mammal species compete daily for survival, from giant herbivores to the predators at the top of the food chain. The tropical African savanna is the beating heart of the continent. It extends through countries such as Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia. At the center of this tropical savanna ecosystem lies the Serengeti, which stretches over 12,000 square miles from Tanzania to Kenya. The Serengeti is considered one of the most biodiverse grasslands in the world. Over 70 large mammal species and more than 500 species of birds coexist here. The highlight of the Serengeti is the great annual migration. The rainy season from November to May brings lushness to the grasslands, creating ideal conditions for herbivores to thrive. When the dry season arrives from June to October, the grasses wither and water grows scarce, triggering a journey of immense hardship. Some 1.5 million wildebeest, 250,000 zebra, and hundreds of thousands of Thompson's gazelles begin the largest overland migration on the planet. It is a journey of over 1,000 miles. The herds must cross arid plains, formidable rivers, and challenging terrain. This journey is a quest for a promised land. Despite countless dangers, the herds press onward with the green pastures of the Masai Mara as a promise of renewal. The grazers drive the regeneration of the vegetation, while the predators maintain a perfect ecological balance. This is one of the most extraordinary natural phenomena on Earth, a biological cycle essential for the savanna ecosystem's very existence. The cheetah often hunts by day to avoid competition with nocturnal predators like lions and hyenas. It relies on its exceptional eyesight to spot prey from a distance, waiting for the right moment to launch its attack. The hunt begins with a stalk. When it is within 100 to 130 feet of its target, the cheetah explodes into a sprint. It can achieve incredible velocity, using its long tail for balance. But this gift of extraordinary speed comes at a terrible price. Every explosive stride burns through its reserves of power. This is a race not just against its prey, but against the limits of its own body. A few precious seconds is all it has. Even after a successful kill, it risks losing its meal to more powerful scavengers. The cheetah's journey for survival is a race against time. In the vast skies above the Serengeti, more than 500 species of birds make their home. Each plays a vital role in this intricate ecosystem. One of the most impressive sights is the marabou stork, a large wading bird with a wingspan of up to 10 feet. This bird is also known by another name, the undertaker, for it performs a crucial service as nature's cleanup crew. Marabou storks inhabit wetlands and savannas. They use their powerful beaks to clean the remains of carcasses, helping to prevent the spread of disease. However, the Serengeti is just one small part of the great canvas of the tropical savanna. To the south, the Miombo woodlands of central Zambia stand out. This region, stretching across Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, and Mozambique, is home to ancient, resilient trees. These old trees are like pillars holding up the sky, sheltering thousands of wild species that live beneath them. In these vast grasslands and Miombo woodlands, the African elephant reigns as a gentle giant. This species, Loxodonta africana, is the largest living terrestrial animal. The largest individual ever recorded stood 13 feet tall and weighed over 10 tons. But elephants impress with more than just their size. They also serve as the architects of this ecosystem. Each day, a single elephant consumes up to 330 pounds of vegetation. Their heavy footfalls create ecological corridors, breaking up dense vegetation and clearing paths for other species, contributing to the vitality of this land. Here, the black-backed jackal is a master of agility. They hunt in pairs, working together like silent warriors. Their prey may be rabbits, birds, or young antelopes just starting to walk. But the little beast's true power lies not in its size, but in its role in balancing the ecosystem, scavenging for carrion, controlling rodents, and keeping grasslands free of deforestation. In the harsh world of Africa, their survival is constantly challenged. The threats of disease, habitat loss, and illegal hunting are ever present. In the transition zone between forest and savanna in Guinea, The leopard Panthera pardus stands out as a master hunter, skillfully bridging two contrasting worlds. As an opportunistic predator, the leopard has a varied diet from small antelopes and monkeys to birds in high branches. Its hunting prowess is most deadly at night. Then its excellent vision and silent footsteps transform it into an expert hunter. The leopard relies on patience and camouflage. Its distinctive spotted coat is the perfect cloak for melting into the shadows, ambushing prey in the tall grass. Once close enough, the leopard launches itself at an impressive speed of up to 36 miles per hour. Its exceptional climbing ability also allows it to carry its kill up a tree, securing the meal from other dangerous predators like lions and hyenas. Our journey continues to the arid and dense acacia comifera bushlands of Somalia. This is one of Africa's most unforgiving savanna ecosystems. Rainfall is scarce, droughts are prolonged, and average temperatures are consistently high. In this land, Grevy's zebra, Equus grevi, stands out as a symbol of endurance. It is the world's rarest zebra species, with only a few thousand individuals remaining. Grevy's is the largest of the three zebra species, standing nearly 5 feet tall and weighing up to 990 pounds. Its narrow black and white stripes and large rounded ears not only provide camouflage but also help regulate body temperature in the harsh climate. It can endure many days without water, surviving on dry grasses and traveling long distances in search of this precious resource. Here too, the bat-eared fox has evolved in a remarkable way. Its enormous ears are not just for listening, but have become a specialized hunting tool. They help it detect the faintest movements underground where colonies of termites and other insects hide. But the most resilient warrior of the Somali savannah is perhaps the East African oryx. Its white coat stands out against the glaring sun. Its long, straight horns, sharp as swords, turn the oryx into a fighter ready to face any challenge. As the sun sets, the oryx begins its search for food. With a specialized digestive system, it can extract nutrients from the driest, toughest plants, surviving for weeks without water. Its ability to regulate its body temperature allows it to withstand heat of up to 115 degrees Fahrenheit. But it is the oryx's strength that truly makes it formidable. With horns that can reach 33 inches, it is always prepared to repel aggressive predators like lions. On the vast grasslands of the Lake Victoria Basin, the topi strides like a steadfast warrior. With its reddish-brown coat and distinctive black patches, the topi is perfectly camouflaged on the savannah, where yellow grass and earth create an ideal natural cloak. A muscular body and long legs make the topi one of the savannah's fastest runners, reaching speeds of up to 43 miles per hour. In the immense landscape of the South African temperate savanna, the white rhinoceros stands out as a living symbol of strength and resilience. Known scientifically as Ceratotherium simum, it is the largest of the 5 remaining rhino species. Its colossal body can weigh up to 5,500 pounds. The white rhino is the second largest land mammal, surpassed only by the 3 species of elephant. Its front horn can grow up to 5 feet long in adult males. It is both a powerful defensive tool and the reason it is so ruthlessly hunted. The white rhino's journey of survival has not been easy. By the end of the 19th century, the species was nearly extinct with only about 20 individuals left. However, thanks to relentless conservation efforts, their numbers have made a remarkable recovery, becoming one of the most notable success stories in history. By 2023, there were approximately 18,000 white rhinos living in Africa. Each day, a white rhino consumes up to 265 pounds of grass, acting as a giant gardener of the savannah, keeping the vegetation in balance. However, the life of the white rhino is not just a journey of survival, but also a grueling fight against poaching. A 2022 report indicated that in just 1 year, over 450 rhinos were killed in South Africa, primarily for their horns. Leaving the vast grasslands of the temperate savannah, we enter a completely different world, the flooded savannah. This is a place where water and life intertwine miraculously, as seasonal rains transform arid landscapes into fertile lakes and marshes. The Sud, one of Africa's largest wetlands, is the ideal home for the hippopotamus. According to the WWF, approximately 40,000 hippos live in the Sud, forming one of the largest populations in the world. Despite their enormous size, hippos spend most of their time in the water, where they regulate their body temperature and protect their sensitive skin. The hippo's role is not confined to the water. When they come ashore to graze, they help maintain the vegetation and prevent fires caused by the accumulation of dry grass. Their dung is a valuable source of nutrients for the riverine ecosystem, creating a wonderful bridge between the aquatic and terrestrial worlds. Thus, hippos are not just residents of the water, but also the silent guardians of the land, keeping the Sud ecosystem in balance and vibrantly alive. The cycle of the African savanna is not just a story of survival, but a testament to the harmony between living creatures and their environment. In every footstep of every animal, from the mighty crocodiles to the smallest blades of grass, we can feel the unceasing rhythm of Africa's heart. A journey of discovery that not only reveals spectacular sights, but also reminds us of the importance of protecting and preserving the pristine values of our planet. This is a world waking to an ancient rhythm, where the first light will not just illuminate a landscape, but a drama old as time itself. It is a world governed by instinct, where affection blossoms in the shadow of the ruthless hunt. Every waterhole is a stage where giant families and silent predators meet in a silent ballet. Here, survival depends not just on strength, but on vigilance, on alliances, and at times on luck. Every creature, great and small, is a vital link in a cycle that never ceases. This is the story of a single day, but one that holds the eternal spirit of the wild. The swift antelope are a difficult quarry to pursue. But a young elephant is a far more tempting prize. It is a struggle to keep pace with the herd. And to fall behind is an opportunity the lions will not ignore. They shadow them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Mother and calf now separated from the safety of the herd. This is the critical moment. But a protective mother is a force to be reckoned with. She trumpets her powerful calls, a clear warning to the great cats. The calf stays close, a small shadow shielded by her legs. The pride can find no way through her formidable defense. They are outmaneuvered at every turn by the mother's devoted ingenuity. For now, the calf is safe. Dawn on the African savannah breaks long before the sun appears. The last traces of night linger in the sky, but the horizon has already softened to a translucent gray. The chill still clings to the grass. A light wind slips through the dry stalks, stirring the tawny gold of the plains. Beneath the open sky there is a pair, a young male lion, his mane not yet full but already magnificent, and a lioness slender, swift and sharp. The male sleeps on his side legs outstretched. His breathing is steady, his body utterly relaxed, but the female is awake. Her eyes, pensive and bright, scan the savannah as if searching for meaning or a potential threat. Perhaps she is thinking of last night's failed hunt. Perhaps an empty belly makes her count the steps of the zebra herd in the distance. Or perhaps she is simply in love in that particular way of animals, wordless, but for an intense magnetism that draws her to her companion. They rise almost in unison as if by an unseen command. The lioness stretches her forelegs, arching her back, awakening every muscle. The male approaches, placing a heavy paw on her back. It is a gesture of possession, a challenge, a desire. Startled, she turns, baring her teeth. A low growl like a soft rebuke. The male freezes, meeting her gaze. A silent confrontation. A moment later, the tension dissolves. The lioness lies down again as if in permission. The male knows that now is the time. The male's grip on her neck is a strange and ancient paradox, a gesture that seems violent yet is born not of aggression but of absolute necessity. It is a key unlocking a legacy that has been passed down through millennia. For lions, the act is brief, lasting only 10 to 20 seconds, but it is repeated dozens of times over several days to increase the chances of conception. Then stillness. The male walks away, shaking his mane, while the female remains on her back, as if savoring the last of the morning's cool air. And then, as if it were all a prelude to the light, the sun arrives. The orange orb rises slowly, bathing the sky in gold. The two lions lie side by side. Their bodies touch their breath, mingling with the rhythm of the earth, a morning that is theirs alone and that of eternal nature. Meanwhile, in another corner of the savannah, the mist has not yet lifted. It hangs like a translucent veil, softening every sound. From within the silence, they emerge. African buffalo, immense and powerful, with broad chests and heavy curving horns. Tens, hundreds of them. The herd moves slowly but with an unstoppable force. Each step is certain, for they have little to fear. The buffaloes lead the way. Their horns fuse to form a solid shield known as a boss armor against predators and rival males alike. The buffaloes and their calves follow behind. The young, curious, stay close to their mothers, sniffing the earth as if reading the stories left in the dust. The African buffalo is one of the few herbivores that even lions treat with caution. To attack a full-grown bull is a formidable risk. They can band together, surrounding and driving off any predator. But today there is only peace. Their breath merges with the morning mist.